Mic check. Mic check. Yes, I know. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check. All right, so we should be good now. All right, waiting for the opening bell. Good morning, everyone. I trust you're okay with the bounce and the futures today. Gold is, we'll have to watch how things settle down this morning. Futures currently up 40 handles. All right, taking back some of the losses from yesterday. We'll be looking at some relative strength candidates this morning. Make sure you check out the morning blog post. The morning blog post outlines some stocks showing relative strength. We don't want to do anything the first 30 minutes of the day. We wait for the opening range to complete. It is very important that you do that because you'll get chopped up otherwise. The odds of a good trade are 50-50 if you open a position before 10 o'clock. 9:50 is usually the earliest I'll look at anything. The reason being is that we don't know what institutions are going to do until after that time. We also have the benefit of VWAP. We want to see where price action is relative to VWAP. Above VWAP, we're bullish. Below VWAP, we're bearish. It's that simple. Look for support when above VWAP and look for resistance below VWAP. All right, the bell there. So we have markets are open. Good luck today, everyone. Good luck. Okay. All right, futures are coming back in a little bit. We're looking for a tick cumulative. Very important. Tick cumulative should turn up. We got a extreme high tick alert. All right, so that's good. All right, keep an eye on the markets. First 15 minutes, 20 minutes, grab a cup of coffee or your favorite beverage and sit back and relax. Put your feet up because nothing's going to happen. Nothing's really going to change for the next few minutes. Might see some profit taking futures profit taking. All right, let's let the futures settle down. We're off more than 60 points yesterday. Trying to take back 40 of those. If you read the Gamma update, make sure you always read the Gamma update.
White House Press Secretary McEnany says Trump told her that debt is a big second-term priority. NASDAQ composite up 2% now after the open. Dow up 1%, S&P up 1.3%. Coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, JOLTS job openings for July, 6 million is expected. ZM Zoom Video getting a pop here after the open on some volume and coming back down 372.58 the high on ZM. Zulu Michael.
All right, futures are managing to hold up fairly well so far. 2-to-1 up volume, 3-to-1 on the NASDAQ, 2-to-1 on the NYSE.
CHFS, low price stock popping here. Charlie Hotel Foxtrot Sandy.
All right, futures looking better. Make sure you always check out the Gamma channel. Gamma is showing us that we have the resistance still at 35.50 for September OPEX. Below 33.40 is where we may see another sharp move lower. So we need to stay above these levels here this morning. 33.75 up 40 handles plus or minus. 33.40 would mean that we would take out the early morning lows. So far, everything is looking very strong. We've got tick cumulative turning up after a few days. This is day number 4 from the top. Day number 4 from the top. Good morning, everyone. All right, Uber had a deal yesterday, Krishna. Uber had a deal, I'm sure you know. If you're trading Uber, you're probably already aware of it. They have a deal with General Motors. The markets liked that comment out of General Motors management, doing a deal with Uber drivers to use GM vehicles at a discount to sale price. All right, great. So Disney's down a little bit. We've got Workhorse moving higher. All right, I would like to add to Workhorse. If we can get Workhorse to continue, I want to add to Workhorse. That's been a winner. That has been a winner. Very interested in trading. Okay, Cooper was one that Mikey looked at, looking for that to bounce. Inexpensive stocks showing relative strength. We had some other names on that list as well. Power showing up on the relative strength scan. Quanta Services, Quanta looks good. All right, so we got that relative strength scan giving us some candidates this morning. Check that blog post. Very quick read. All right, futures coming back in now. All right, we got some sellers there on volume. Caterpillar at 52-week highs. Caterpillar. Let's take a look at Caterpillar. Why don't we? Jets is off a little bit. Disney's off. Cat looks good. Caterpillar. All right, watching Workhorse, of course. Futures pulling back, giving back a few handles. At present, we're up 32. Just right before 9 o'clock, we broke higher into the 9 o'clock hour and pushed higher very quickly. That was right at the point of control for the day. We're bouncing off of that level now. So it's an inverted U shape, if you can imagine that. The top of the inverted U, we hit at the open and started moving lower at around 33.80 or so. So right now we're bouncing off of point of control. Point of control for the day, 33.66 at present. That'll adjust during the day, but right now it's 33.66. It looks like we're going to test that a little bit more right now. All right, futures are bouncing pretty readily, aggressively. Futures are bouncing aggressively here back into that big red candle we just saw a few minutes ago. Tick cumulative, we want to see that continue higher. Questions were this morning, how can the indices be moving lower along with VIX at the same time? Well, with institutions trading, a lot of times what they do doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you understand gamma, I would suggest listening to the video of Brett Kochabar discussing how gamma can affect your trading. The idea that VIX can move lower is just volatility. It's just volatility in the market. So SoftBank, not to get in the weeds, but SoftBank did a lot of trading recently. And as the options, if you read the gamma again this morning, as options are taken off, the premium, the VIX premium is dropping at the same time. I know it probably doesn't make any sense, but after a while you get to understand that with the market moving lower, there was a lot of puts that were in the money that they took off. As they took those puts, they being market makers, dealers, and institutions, as they took off those puts that they sold on, what was it, Thursday, or bought, I should say, they're collecting that premium, okay? As they collect that premium and close those puts, they're in cash, or at least those portion of those trades are in cash. So in the process, VIX came in a bit. Now, this is only one reason why VIX would come back in, but it's a big reason because institutions were pretty heavily positioned for this move. They knew where the volatility trigger was. They knew where the put wall was. Basically, they knew where support was. So as we dropped yesterday, they took puts, they took premium, they took profits, and that affected the VIX premium. That's only one part of that. All right, just waiting for futures. We're still chopping around. We're expecting volatility today, as you would imagine. Just waiting for the opening range. Futures are still hanging out. All right.
LVMH CFO says cannot close the Tiffany deal on November 24th. Says the company does not want to extend the date of the Tiffany acquisition. Says a contract is a contract. CFO says LVMH is not entirely happy with how Tiffany is managed based on text. EIF.
Futures, we want futures to be trending at least, not chopping around. So that's why we wait. One of the reasons why we wait for the opening range. Right now, we're just chopping around between 33.66 and 33.80. 33.66 and 33.80. We're chopping around in that area right now, so we're just waiting. Snap today. Yes, Christian, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, so, Krishna explained one of the reasons as well. They're taking put protection instead of exiting positions. And, when the markets move, when institutions reposition as they did yesterday, they'll also sell futures. So now that the futures are rising, they're going to close some of those positions and look to reposition while still monitoring and managing their risk. Okay. Back in February, they were way over leveraged. One of the reasons why we sold off so hard is everybody and their brother and the barber were bullish. So everybody's buying calls on the way up. And when the markets were slapped in the side of the head with COVID, all of a sudden we had a gap down from Friday the 21st of February into the next trading session, next trading week on the 24th. We had a big gap down, and immediately with all the risk that they had on, institutions had to sell premium. They also had to sell futures. Okay, so negative gamma came into the picture. When negative gamma enters into the trading picture, that's telling you that institutions will be selling futures. That's why we had that sharp move lower, an acceleration to the downside, because they were selling futures as well. And they were hedging by selling the large inflated premiums that they were getting because VIX had spiked up to 80 over time. All right, let's answer Grant's question here. Let's take a look at Snap. All right, Caterpillar moving higher, Workhorse pulled back a little bit, Jets pulling back. Let's take a look at Snap. All right, it's a little early. I would wait until about 10 o'clock. What we want to see, Grant, is a pop in relative volume on Snap. Tesla, nice little gap up. Snap. Okay, Snap is showing 0.6 relative volume. So that's pretty low. That's pretty low. You want at least 1.5 to show that institutions are interested in the stock. Reason why a lot of traders lose on positions is not that they are wrong about the strength or wrong about the candidate. It's that they take the position when there's no momentum, especially options traders, and you wind up getting all your delta, all of your theta as well squeezed out. All your premium gets squeezed out. So you wind up buying at the high of the day. The stock pulls back. You bought at the wrong time to begin with. I'm just talking about new traders that think they're going to make a lot of money trading calls. You want to wait for the pullback. In addition, you want to wait for relative volume. And right now, Snap does not tell me that institutions are particularly interested in that particular name. Now, Workhorse, by contrast, is showing 2.2. Workhorse You're welcome. Understanding what institutions are doing, price action above VWAP with a high RVOL factor will increase your edge and give you a strategy-based approach to the markets instead of just having an opinion. Oh, I like Snap. I think it's going to move higher. Why do you think that? And all right, so watching Snap, it doesn't look so bad right now. It's not. I'm not saying. And notice that it's below VWAP so far. All right, so after 10 o'clock, 10:15, Grant, we want to see that pick up. PVG. There goes Caterpillar. Cat going. Thanks, Mikey. Caterpillar's going. Let's see what the. All right, gold is going. Watch gold. Gold is trading 1.4. Gold, cat. Cat is trading 1.16. What was gold trading there? Nickel is off. Nickel is sold off a little bit. GLD. That's not right. GLD's at the highs. Cat 1.04. Gold is looking like it's going to break out. $1.15. Thank you, Mikey. PVG. Mikey's looking at PVG. Nicola, we're looking for a change in direction. Power, PWR. PVG, Prentium Resources, PVG.
KODK, Kodak, weekly $6 call sweep now on Kodak KODK.
Kodak, looks like speculators at it again on Kodak. All right, we got 3.88 PVG. All right, the stock is in play, PVG. PVG is in play. Looks like a long setup. That's probably going to work today. PVG. PVG looks good, Mikey. I like it. Coupa looks good. Possible buy the dip on Nicola. Nicola. Buy the dip setup. Nikola looks like it's going to bounce. Snap looking okay. We want to see relative volume pick up. There goes the futures. Futures breaking out. Futures new high of the day. 2.5 RVol. 2.5 up down volume. Three to one. And we got tick fast turning. Bullish cross on the 30-minute.
Estimate 6 million on JOLTS job openings. ESTG Pure Storage seeing some big bull activity. Sandy Tango Golf.
All right, so futures are looking better. We got a tailwind. PVG, let's see what PVG. Extreme high tech.
JOLTS job opening 6.618 million versus 6 million. Expected 6.618 million.
Futures like it. The JOLTS report.
Still higher over 200,000 for the holiday season. Sandy Bank, Canada. Steady.
All right, looks pretty bullish today, folks. So you should be in something that has high RVol. Looks like PVG is going to hang in there. It's a $13 stock. I'd like to see it dip first. I'm probably going to wait and get a BC pivot on PVG. No hurry. You don't have to jump into a stock first thing in the morning. All right, we got Workhorse at 2. RVol is at 2. RVol is at 2. Gold is higher. Tesla just meandering. Gap down on Slack earnings. KSU. Yeah, Frank, I like that buy the dip on Nikola. Nikola. RVol 7. Snap is looking better. Grant, Snap is looking better. It still doesn't have very high RVol. So a stock like this that looks good, that looks like it's going to continue higher, might give you trouble. The momentum is just not there. So I'm suspecting a choppy day for Snap, just given where RVol is at. Now, if this starts to break out, RVol should confirm by picking up. We should see it get over 1. Right now it's at 0.6. So just make a note of it. Yeah, gold looks good. Walmart. Walmart looked good a couple of weeks ago. Walmart is trading 0.5 RVol. All right, Doji Day is likely on the gap up on Walmart. Unless that picks up and we see over 1, 1.25, 1.5, futures are kicking it. They're kicking it to the curb. They're kicking the bears to the curb right now. Salmon across the face. Okay, Tesla looks all right. Let's take a look at what's working today. Kodak. All right. Futures look good. The future's so bright, gotta wear shades. All right, so you guys and ladies should be pretty well set. Don't put in a lot of risk. In my opinion, it's best to trade 2 or 3, maybe 4 candidates. All right, and let's just keep an eye on the futures, which are galloping higher, 3-to-1 up volume for both the Nasdaq and the NYSE. Nikola is trying to find some buyers. Walmart is doing well. Now, when I say that RVOL is below 1 or 1.5, doesn't mean the stock can't move higher. It just means that institutions are what I'm looking for that will help me with my momentum and propel the stock higher faster so that I can get away from my stop very quickly and then move my stop up during the day. So, for example, Walmart right now is at the high of the day. Started off yesterday, closed at 138.45. It's trading up 3 points, $3.10 right now. So although it could continue higher, I just want to see RVOL to confirm. All right, so it's the stock looks good. We got a gap up, have a nice pattern. We're above VWAP, but it doesn't have RVOL. So that my checklist is missing that RVOL piece, and that's the one thing that I think is critical when it comes to trading, because you want institutions to be playing and buying the stock. The stock is said to be in play when RVOL is above 1.5 to 2. When it's at 3 or 5 or 7, in the case of Nikola, it's at 7. It's red right now. The signal is red, which is telling me there could be some pressure on it. But if that flips to green, that'll definitely be a boost. We're looking for a bounce here, a buy the dip. Caterpillar's still going. PVG. All right, PVG's pulling in. I'm gonna watch PVG for a potential trade. Coupa. There goes Power, Quanta Services, continuation. Snap looks good there. Grant, you asked about Snap. Snap still looks good, but it's just the RVOL's not there yet. PWR looks good. Caterpillar looks good. Workhorse is pulling back a little bit. Power. That's only trading 0.5 RVOL. That's kind of interesting. All right, I'm going to stick to the stocks with, I'll report on them. I will keep an eye on them for you, but I'm only going to trade 1 or 2 positions maybe today. I'll add to them as the stock moves higher and go from there rather than have a bunch of positions, bunch of new positions open. All right, Walmart looks okay. Walmart looks like it's going to pull in a little bit. Tesla, gap up. Tesla's probably going to get bought up over the next few days. That's my opinion. I want to see price confirm. I always think price confirm. If you're catching yourself with an opinion saying, oh, I think this is going to happen, always, that's fine. Always check for confirmation. Okay, confirmation comes in various forms: volume, relative volume. You see a tier one upgrade from Goldman Sachs. A tier one upgrade would be from a firm like Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. You know, that's tier one. So when you get a tier one upgrade and RVOL is higher, that can pretty much assure you that institutions are active in that particular name. So one of the biggest problems that new traders have is that they buy stocks on an opinion, or they see somebody on StockTwits or Twitter buying it, but they have no reference point to let them know how well or how much of an edge you could have. Okay, so if you could just add those two factors, a news item, whether it's a tier one upgrade or news that the company just struck a deal with another company like Workhorse did with Hitachi last week. If you have a news item and RVOL is high, that can tell you that institutions are buying, because that will sway the scales on RVOL. And that will make all the difference in your trading over time. Okay, just paying attention to those two factors, in addition to where price action is relative to VWAP. It's the reason why VWAP is important is because that's what institutions use. Now you've got PVG up here at the highs, way away from, well, it's a $13 stock, but it's pulling back to VWAP now. So if it moves back to VWAP at this time of day at 10:10, and we start to see option volume pick up, for example, power is starting to break out, but it's on low RVOL. If PVG, Papa, Victor, Golf, pulls back to VWAP and we see RVOL pick up again, that's institutions. They won't chase it up here. They'll buy the pullback. Also keep an eye in the trading room. Just watch how stocks flowing by, see what people are trading. VTR, for example, Anton's in VTR. Let's take a look at that. VTR. That's trading 0.8 RVOL. That looks good, but it doesn't meet my criteria. So while Anton has a different set of criteria and maybe uses the same, he's probably already in this one. So I'm not going to chase it up here. I'm going to wait for a BC pivot. Looks like it's going to continue higher. VTR, Victor, Tango, Romeo. All right, Home Depot was another one that Lee Star was looking at. Let's see Home Depot, what it's doing. Home Depot 1.13, looks like it's going to keep going. RVOL 1.13 looks pretty strong, above the previous daily close and above the previous daily high. We had a gap up today. Average true range 3.63 versus currently at 3.63 versus a typical $6 move. So you get another $3 on Home Depot. RVOL is 1.14.
ASTC AstroTech shares moving again here on heavy volume Alpha Sandy Tango Charlie.
Stop under VWAP, HD stop.
Qualification test Alpha Sandy Tango Charlie.
All right, Home Depot looks like it continues higher. Looks good. Thank you, Lee Star, for that. Kodak, we got speculators. KSU looks like it wants to go. Slack buyers, looks like they like the discount. It's trading 6, RVOL of 6. I wait 6 to 7 trading days before taking any position. Home Depot, that's day number 8 for Home Depot.
BYNE Vine Therapeutics popping to new highs at $1.55. Victor Yankee November Echo. BYNE Vine Therapeutics popping to new highs at $1.55. Formerly Menlo Therapeutics.
Kodak pulling in. Speculators going to get stuck in the trade. Not interested in Kodak at the moment. Okay, we got a big move. Big move in NYMO. Was minus 78 yesterday. It's minus 30 today. So that's a 48-point move in NYMO. $29. NYMO, the Tuesday intraday low was minus 78. With a current reading of minus 29.
FMCI Foreign Merger 2 Corporation hitting a high 2572. Foxtrot Michael Charlie India.
All right. All right, KSU looks like it might get going here. KSU trading 2.17. KSU looks like it's ready to go. All right, let's see. Home Depot going. Orval 1.17 on Home Depot looks good. Leastar doing well on that one. PVG holding the highs. Walmart taking off. So Frank, you got a good one there on Walmart if you're trading it. Nikola made a new low, so that's stopping people out. ES futures, we got a higher high on MEJT. All right, Tesla, okay. Workhorse, looking for a move back up to yesterday's highs. Home Depot looking really good. Nice work there, Leastar on Home Depot. Okay, we're building some profile up here at the highs for futures. Remember where the vol trigger is. Okay, was it 33.52 yesterday we were talking? Vol trigger moved lower today after yesterday's action. 33.40 is where vol trigger is. All right, vol trigger moved down to 33.40. We're trading 33.87.75. 87.75 right now. So that's bullish for equities. Futures at the highs. 75. 87.75. All right, just checking the stream. Okay.
AAL revenue line says when Plymouth booking 10 weeks per game that's eight. That's how AAL. Shares of American Airlines open close down at 1309, just open close, down 4%. That's AAL. LVMH CFO says its bad faith activities required to accuse LVMH of dragging its feet on European Commission antitrust filings. That's Tiffany.
All right. All right. Futures continue to break out, looking very strong. Futures continue to futures are moving higher, but the up volume isn't that great. So I'd be selling into strength. This is only the first day after a sell-off starting on Thursday, We had a nice day yesterday for the bears. And a little sell-off from around 1 o'clock to the lows around 2:30. That was the same low that we saw on Friday, where buyers stepped up, and we've since moved higher. In the Globex session around 3:30, we started a range between 33.50 and 33.66. We broke above that early morning, and now we continue higher. So good job. Your position should be working. GDX RVOL. Let's take a look at GDX. GDX should be good because gold was looking good. It's 1.09. 1.09. All right, watch for BC pivots on GDX. You're probably getting one right here. It's back above VWAP, GDX. Tesla's got a B pivot here as well. Nikola looks like it might turn now by the dip stop 45.80, 45.89. Home Depot moving higher. All right, these stocks looking good. All right, that's so.
Boeing shares off the set to be in talks to possibly defer 18 max to 2022. That's BA and AAL.
Frank, you can see it visually um, if you look at the charts. Okay, let's take a look at PVG. Look at the relative volume this morning compared to the same time yesterday. You see how yesterday PVG went sideways? Relative volume wasn't that pronounced, but look at the relative volume during the opening range. The difference between today and yesterday. Visually, you can see it, okay? We have PWR. It's okay. Let's take a look at let's see, Caterpillar. You can see yesterday. Here's the morning over here. And look at the morning today. So we had relative volume there. That's telling you by the end of the day, you would see a spike, all right, or what's called a pocket pivot. we want to trade the pocket pivot before the close. All right, so here is Caterpillar lately. All right, you see these big bars here? A lot of times you'll see those bars and they'll be lone bullish bars. In this case, we've had 1, 2, 3 out of the last 5 trading sessions well above average volume. So that's institutions. It's pretty obvious that's institutions because of the spike above where we were looking at 5 million, 5.25 million. So what RVol helps you do is see the volume during the day before the day close, if that makes any sense. So we want to trade when we know that institutions are picking up shares, and that'll show up as a spike in volume. Let's look at a couple other ones. Let's take a look at Workhorse, for example. Workhorse had a nice spike. All right, you see these pivots here? These are called pocket pivots. You see those spikes in volume compared to previous trading? All right, so you want to compare that to the previous 10 trading days. The previous 10 trading days, that tells you institutions have recently started picking up shares in Workhorse. The likelihood that a swing will work is very high. So yesterday's volume was very high. You see that big spike on yesterday? That's today's volume right there. So if I go back, well, you can see it right here. All right, so you had yesterday's volume. See that? Look at all that volume. And then go out a little bit further. Now look at the previous day. Okay, previous day right there was below average. You can see these small little peaks compared to yesterday. So if we trade that, we get this nice move here. Okay, from the 18 level all the way up to 24, close to 24 yesterday. So that's the power of relative volume, or paying attention to the volume today versus yesterday and the day before that. Hope that makes sense. So if you got Thinkorswim, just take a look. Just talk to Grover. He can take care of it for you. Yes, core. All right, let me send it to you, Corin. All right, you'll see that in your email inbox. I'll send that forthwith in about 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, so we're looking good. Workhorse following through. PVG. Home Depot looking very strong. You're welcome, Dave. Now, you guys, Mr. Patel, depends on which ThinkScript studies that you need. Okay, I can share Tick Cumulative, but I cannot share the RVol script because that's a pay for. That's a pay for. Grover has done a lot of work to include a lot of things that we talk about on a daily basis. Relative volume, VWAP, previous daily high, previous daily close, ATR versus the daily. So as a stock is trading, like Home Depot, for example, earlier was trading 3.3, I think, daily true range versus the average true range of 6.25. And what is Home Depot doing? It's under buying pressure at 1.13 RVOL, and I can see that we average about 6 points on Home Depot intraday. Now, do I want to buy the high of the day? No, absolutely not. Not now. I want to look for an A pivot. So there's several things going on here. There's an ABCD pattern that we look for intraday. Sometimes it shows up early. Sometimes it's the A pivot or the high of the day to that point is called the A pivot. That's when the morning traders run it up. If you look at Home Depot's chart, you can see what I'm looking at. They've run up the stock. All right, let's put Home Depot over here, HD. It's also showing a decent relative volume. I'd like to see it a little bit higher, but look at the reversal. All right, here's another thing that's going on. So I'm throwing a lot of things at you. Just try to absorb this. On a earnings event or other event where a stock pulls back, you count 7 trading days. All right. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Day 8 is usually the primo day. Yesterday we didn't get a follow through, but we did get a hammer. Today is day 9. What do you think Home Depot is going to do? Home Depot is probably going to continue higher. So the edge that you have are several. Number 1, RVOL is starting to pick up. So that's good. Number 2, you're on day number 9. Day number 8 and 9. So we reversed on the 8th day yesterday off the low. Day 9, we are moving higher. So you got a 3-candle reversal right now. What else do you have going for you? Right now, presently, Home Depot is trading above VWAP. Now, is it the right time to buy it right here? It's hard to say. I'd be watching this flag that's forming right now. It's a possibility that Home Depot could come back to VWAP a little bit, and that would be a move lower of about 2 points. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to pull back. It looks like it's going to just keep going higher. In addition, I can see that VWAP is sloping higher, telling me that the momentum is there. So all of the things are lining up that I need to see. ABCD pattern, we're waiting for that. It's still early, so we're probably, if we break higher out of this flag, Home Depot will probably still be in play until about 12 o'clock. If that A pivot shows up now or at 12 o'clock, if that A pivot shows up now or at or around 12 o'clock, that would signify the first leg of the day. Okay, so if you don't get into the A, if you're looking at a 5-minute chart of Home Depot, let's take a look at that. I can show you what we're looking at. All right, so you want to be trading it in the first 30 minutes, at the first 30-minute mark. So Home Depot consolidated the first 30 minutes, and you had this big bar. See that big bar right there? Opening range, first 30 minutes of the day. You get the breakout, you got high RVOL. That's your entry right there. So buying up here, not the best entry. But what we're looking for now is a B pivot. So if we get a B pivot, then we look for confirmation. Confirmation comes with increased volume and a move away from VWAP and higher. If it stays above VWAP, that's what we're looking for ideally. So Home Depot, I wouldn't buy it right here. I would wait, basically. Okay, so that's where we are. PVG, on the other hand, is trading 3.5 RVOL. PVG is a fairly inexpensive name, Papa Victor Golf. Papa Victor Golf. We're looking for RVOL to pick up. Slope of VWAP is higher. We just tagged VWAP 20 minutes ago. We could tag it again. There's nothing that's telling me right now we could turn into a doji. So there's no big hurry on PVG. It is a good setup, but We want to pick our entries, or as Sun Tzu would say, pick our battles. So right now we're just waiting, okay? In trading, there's no, especially if you do this for a profession, there's no hurry. There's no hurry to get into a stock, okay? If the stock is going to take off and the train's leaving the station, there may be a point where you want to grab onto the rail and jump onto the train as it's leaving the station. That's a different circumstance. A lot of times you'll have plenty of time to get into a stock. You don't need to chase anything. The worst thing you can do is buy the high of the day and chase the stock, okay? In most cases. And a lot of times I will coach you through that, or I'll talk you through it, where we are and all of the variables or criteria, so that you can make a good entry. We want to focus on the best possible entry and have the position move away from our stop immediately, okay? So what is GDX? GDX looks good. It's got 1.03 RVOL at the high of the day. I'm not going to chase it. Watching Nikola for a follow through again today. Tesla gapping up. Futures are at the high of the day. We were at 3-to-1 up volume. We're tapering off to 1.6 as we trade at the high of the day. Futures probably, if they don't keep buying, we could pull back a little bit. Tick cumulative is turning green. Okay, so right now we're at the 10:45 hour, 10:45 mark, and there's no hurry to buy anything right this second. We're just waiting. Okay, I'm going to mute you for 1 second because I'm going to take this headset off for 1 minute.
Surgeon General Adams says get flu shot by Halloween. PHUN, Funwear getting another pop here. Papa Hotel Uniform November. Funwear company announcing licensing agreement with leading pediatric hospital. That in the press release earlier this morning. That's PHUN, Papa Hotel Uniform November.
ASU pulling back a little bit. not sleeping in my normal bed. Workhorse looking for a bounce. We got 1.3 R vol. That was 2 before. All right, just watching the markets presently. Futures at the highs. Tick cumulative trying to turn green on the 60-minute. 30-minute looks good. We're trading 1.5 to 1 up volume on the NYSE, 2.5 on the NASDAQ. We are here just watching. I'm not able.
Infinity Pharmaceuticals spiking over $1 now. Indy November Foxtrot India.
I'm not able to play music because we're on YouTube Live. Copyrighted music, not it's frowned upon.
Is presenting today at 3:30 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Healthcare Conference. That's INFI. VUZI, Vuzix M400 Smart glasses successfully used in patient surgeries, ICUs, and emergency rooms at the Chai Medical Center in Taiwan. That's VUZI. Vuzix, a press release now from VUZI. Victor Uniform Zulu India, VUZI. Shares of Vuzix getting a pop here, $4.24 off of that press release on heavy volume now. That's VUZI.
All right, so far, futures look like they want to bounce out of this flag. Coming into this week, if you listen to the weekend video, we're talking about how the markets were moving lower. When the markets are moving lower, you don't have an edge, obviously. But the point I'm trying to get at is that when a market moves lower precipitously over 6% in 2 or 3 trading days, you need to wait for it to set up again. We were at highs, all-time highs on the S&P 500 as well as the NASDAQ. When you're at all-time highs, you got to expect occasionally you're going to have a correction, 5, 10%. That's what's happened. The next step is we want to wait for a base. We want to see where institutions are picking up. Is it a V-shaped recovery back up to the highs? I mean, while that's great, it's not the best scenario. The best scenario would be a base at these levels. That's called a good setup, a good base to spring off of. That also gives us a support level and a level to reference in the future. If we just get a drop of 6 to 8%, 10%, and then an immediate run back up to the highs, that doesn't really give the markets a chance to get rid of all the excess risks that's in market makers and dealers and institutions' core portfolios. So if they have a lot of risk on, the markets drop precipitously very quickly over 2 or 3 days, that's good because it gives them time to reset as well and support the markets, because remember, they're taking the opposite side of the trade. So they have to hedge their risk. And if the markets go straight down and then go straight back up, their risk is still very high. But if the markets go straight down for 3 or 4 days and then bases, then they also have a better risk reward. Okay, if that makes sense, that's what we're waiting for. Okay, so I love to see the markets run back up, but as a trader, you want to make sure that you're putting your feet in the water when there's no sharks in the water. All right, so maybe a bad analogy, but that's why this week, same thing. When the markets hit the highs, questions were in the trading room, I wait for day 7, day 8, from what? Well, it's from the high. We were hedged. We had a lot of risk at the highs. We pulled back 3 days. Today is day what? Day 4. We want to watch how the markets react over the next few days, preferably over the next 3 to 4 trading days. Once we get an idea of what institutions are doing by looking at their options positions and where they've placed those options positions, resistance and support, and looked at the chart, and we've had the time for the markets to consolidate and base, then we have a very good platform to trade off of. Okay, so that's what I'm waiting for. I'm not taking a lot of trades during this period while we're waiting to base, because the markets could drop They could go again. Yesterday I said at the close, it'd be nice to see a test of the 50-day overnight. And that's exactly what happened. So just understand that if I'm not sending out a lot of trade alerts right now, it's only because of that fact. We've got about a half a dozen stocks right now that look good this morning. And if you just pick or choose one or two of them, you don't need to have all six, okay? Look at what works best for you, and if the stock continues to move higher, we'll add to our positions. Home Depot about to break out. Caterpillar about to break out. And Cooper Tire breaking out. Cooper Tire going. That looks good. Inexpensive name, Cooper Tire, working. Breaking out, Cooper Tire. All you need is one good trade a day. All right. And that accounts for, if you're taking 3 trades and 2 of them are dogs, you cut your losses quickly, 1-2%. And your winner is making 5, 10, 15% during the day, like Workhorse did yesterday, you're going to have a great day. All right, so let's see what Cooper's doing. Cooper's at the high of the day. We're trading 1.87 RVol. Looks good. I hope that made sense. Yeah, the RVol script is not my script. That was custom coded over many weeks' time and perfected, and still being perfected, by Grover in the trading room. So check with Grover. That is not something I can share. It's only something I can utilize and mention. You need to buy the script, okay? You get what you pay for. Okay, there goes frickin'. I'm sitting there chatting away, and Cooper's going. So there's like another follow-through day on Cooper. Taking off to the upside. Would have been a nice, a better entry on the pullback to VWAP. There goes Cooper, Cooper. There goes Caterpillar, Home Depot, Caterpillar, and Cooper. You get what you pay for in life, right? I know it's a trite saying, but if you can see the edge, if you can see it, touch it, feel it, why wouldn't you pay for that? If you can make several $100s and pay for the script in one trade, and you can see how using it consistently can make money for you, you know, everything out there is not going to be for free, unfortunately. So in this particular case, RVol is a very key component to understanding what institutions are doing. Institutions run 80% of the market or more, depending on who you speak to. I think it's probably more than that. And the equity markets are dwarfed by the bond market. The bond market's dwarfed by the Forex or foreign exchange currency market. Understanding how money flows in and out of these assets is going to help you out a great deal. And that's what we try to do on a weekly basis. It's not going to come to you in one day or 1 month or 1 year, maybe. In some cases, people will pick it up a lot faster than others. But what we try to preach is confirmation. I don't tell you my opinion. I could care less. You could care less about my opinion. But stocks are moving higher. Caterpillar, Home Depot, Cooper Tire, I keep saying Cooper Tire, Cooper, Mr. Cooper, COOP, those are all breaking out. Relative volume is picking up. That's telling you the institutions are buying. Workhorse, we still have 1.25. We were at over 2. Relative volume, looking for a bounce off of the 60-minute and the 5-minute time frames. KSU bouncing, needs to get back above VWAP. Slack, WORK, Whiskey, Oscar, Romeo, Kilo. That one had earnings last night, that gap down. We'll give that 5 to 7 trading days, see how that bases out. Tesla trying to do something. It's flat. You got a flat VWAP. So Tesla is telling you that it's probably not going anywhere today. Tesla's got a flat VWAP. Flat VWAP basically equates to a doji day. So you might move above it, might move below it, but you're going to oscillate around VWAP. Okay, no one's going to win on Tesla today, it doesn't look like to me. Futures at the high of the session. Tick cumulative is giving us a confirmation signal. It's not my opinion, it's what institutions are doing. If tick cumulative is green and fast signal is bullish and rising, that's telling you a very key and important piece of information. It's telling you what institutions are actually doing, not what they're saying they're doing on CNBC, but it's telling you that they are buying more than they're selling. They're buying more stocks on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick net. When that turns green, it's telling you that they're buyers. They're buying the dip. When it turns red, like it did last Wednesday it gave you a full day, a full 24 hours to get the hell out of the way because tick cumulative had started to turn red. It turned red, indicating that they were selling more stocks on the downtick than they were buying on the uptick. They were selling into strength. And then Thursday, we had the reversal. So if you had paid attention to that script alone, all right, let me just take care of something here. Who was that? All right, we're having a little pullback at the present time. From the highs. We broke out above the top of the profile. We're currently at the daily point of control, 3391.75. Volume is starting to taper off, and it's going into the noon hour, so that makes sense. A pivot. This is the A pivot for the futures. We'll most likely see a B and C pivot a little bit lower on both the futures for S&P 500 and the NASDAQ in the next couple of hours. All right, futures are at the highs. Okay. GDX pulling back a little bit. Caterpillar breaking out. We've got Mr. Cooper continues higher. That's Charlie Oscar Papa Coop. Charlie Oscar Papa. Home Depot consolidating just under the highs of the session. Caterpillar at the high of the day, trading 1.5 RVol. We've got Mr. Cooper at 2.62 RVol. Looks good. Workhorse. I think Workhorse is probably going to pull it up. Probably going to get on the train here shortly. Workhorse looks good on the 60-minute and on the 5-minute. RVol's 1.23. It was over 2.5 earlier. KSU looking for a bounce. No follow through there yet. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute you for 5 seconds till I take this headset off. Okay, I'll be right back.
RKT, Rocket, Romeo Kilo Tango, seeing activity September 25 call sweep. Romeo Kilo Tango, get a little pop here on that. RKT. Rocket 2463 now. Romeo Kilo Tango.
Alrighty. All right, markets are just taking a breather here. A pivots, a lot of times this is exactly what happens. Shouldn't be surprised. We're flagging at the high of the day. More than likely, the morning traders will take a break around noon. Most times, it's only 11:15. And then they'll come back around 1:30. It's never the same time. It's just something that they do. They come back. You see a B pivot in a stock that's going to be strong during the day, like Caterpillar. You'll have that B pivot around noon, between noon and say 1:30, and then a higher low after that. A C pivot is the higher low. And when we see that, it gives an indication that the stock could close in the upper half of its daily range or at the high of the day. So those are the things we look for on a daily basis. Tesla pulling back, no follow through there. Futures at the high, just off of the high of the session. 1.5 to 1 up volume. Just keep.
Kimberly Clark on the Barclays conference says demand has normalized across markets in the U.S. Bath tissues up 3%, towels up 50% over 4 weeks. That's AMD. You'll like the problem. Speaking at the Barclays conference.
Yeah, once I get the studio set up, I'm debating whether or not to do a live stream. Live stream is good for what it's worth. You can follow during the day on the live stream app, but the quality is not as good. They still haven't got figured out something so simple as StreamYard. I use StreamYard that goes directly to YouTube Live. The only drawback is that I can't play music, copyrighted music. So once I figure out that and I get the studio back up and running again, we moved out of state, as many of you know. Once we get all that set up, we'll be back to normal, probably within the next week or so. Just waiting for the lender to give me my last, the underwriters giving my thumbs up so they can close on the house. So we're just waiting on that right now. And we'll, over the next couple of weeks, we'll move into the new place in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I want to teach the kids how to sail. And I know there's not big waves in Myrtle Beach, but in other areas like Cape Hatteras, there's some good waves. I'd like to teach them how to surf and sail and do things like snorkeling and diving with the ocean 5 minutes away, 10 minutes away. Looking forward to it. All right. Markets are just sleeping right now. Not much follow through. Looks like we're waiting on the futures.
ADTX Therapeutics popping to the high, $2.40 out the Delta Tango X-ray on volume.
All right, looks like futures want to bounce. Looks like futures are going to bounce here.
SCON, silver, conductor, getting a pop here. Sandy Charlie Oscar, November, 53 cents, up 113% today. On SCON, Sandy Charlie Oscar, November.
All right, futures are bouncing. Looks like we're going to go a little bit now.
Recommending a shareholder vote for reverse stock split. That was after the close yesterday, Sandy Charlie Oscar, November.
All right, futures hanging in there. Stocks, if they're going to do anything, I would think would be after 2 o'clock at this point. So you're probably seeing the high of the day on anything that you're trading if they continue to break out. That's individual relative strength. And something we wrote about this morning in the morning blog post. Nikola looking a lot better now. Nikola looking like a very decent trade here. Nikola, I might buy some more Nikola on this low. It's down 10 points from yesterday. That's pretty wild. All right, so we get a follow through today. That would be nice. On Nikola, NKLA, November, Kilo, Lima, Alpha. Watching Nikola here. Nikola, for you day traders that are looking for a nice scalp. Nikola looking good here. Looking for a follow through. Like to see R vol a little bit higher. It was at 13, 17 yesterday. It was 17 yesterday. Currently at 1.5. If Nikola starts to pick up, it might be a nice area to pick up some shares. Watch Nikola. Snap continuation. Tesla, bounce. Nikola looking like it's going to follow through. If it gets through VWAP here, that could be a nice little run back up to the highs. Can you see a $10 run in Nikola? Nikola.
AEHR Test System says on September 8th, communicated to employees that due to business downturn resulting from COVID-19,
All right, so the pullback in Nikola is looking pretty interesting. Let's see, we got the 11th weeklies. So that's Friday. And it's trading 46, 47 call. Watch Nikola here. Might be a nice trade. All right, if we can get some follow through and we get the futures to push higher, that would be nice tailwind. And Nikola,
Crude futures now popping to the highs, 37.95. Crude at the highs now.
Nikola, let's keep an eye on Nikola. Looks like a little buy the dip. Looking for a follow through. May not get it. Got rejected earlier at VWAP. So it needs to get through VWAP. This is the second attempt to get back above VWAP. If it does manage to do that, it could be a decent trade. You can see what I'm looking at here. Home Depot at the highs. Snap at the highs. Workhorse trying to push above VWAP. If it gets going, Workhorse, I'm going to wind up adding to my shares. I want to keep it to 2 or 3 positions total. Caterpillar looking for a breakout. Workhorse at VWAP. Workhorse looks like it wants to go. 60-minute looks really good on Workhorse as well. Workhorse looking to add. Looking to add to my Workhorse position. Moving above VWAP on 1.16 RVol. Stop under VWAP.
Report that COVID test cubes coming to several New Jersey locations, including malls owned by Simon Property Group (SPG). That's for COVID-19 testing.
SPY looks good. Thank you, Lee Star. Changes in latitude. Changes in attitude. All right, so no follow through on Nikola yet. No follow through on Nikola yet. Looking for a bounce. Workhorse trying to follow through over VWAP now. I'd like to see a test of the highs 2370. We're in blue sky area, so if we see buyers stepping up and we get VWAP to turn back up along with relative volume surging, that would be a good tailwind. We're looking for that on the futures as well. Snap looks good. It's just not trading enough RVOL. I see what you guys are trading. I'm just not interested unless RVOL picks up.
Almost 20 cents. 10.5% now.
Okay, tick cumulative looking good. Looking better. Let me just shift to the 60 minute, see if we got a signal on the 60 minute yet. We got on the 30 minute. So important to understand tick cumulative. We've been in a downtrend on tick cumulative since when? Since the second week of August, we've been in a downtrend. We've had lower highs and lower lows. We tried to consolidate on the 20th of August through the 25th. That week, we tried to consolidate and move higher. It didn't happen. We wound up rolling over on Wednesday. Now, if you've been paying attention to tick cumulative, we were. It told you that they were selling more stocks into strength than they were buying on the buying on the uptick. Selling more on the downtick than they were buying on the uptick. So the net result was cumulative rolled over, and that was a full day before the markets crapped out and dropped over 6%. So tick cumulative is something that you should watch. I think any professional trader is going to tell you that you need to pay attention to tick, trend, vol spread, and a lot of other things, but I kind of narrowed it down to a few things: tick cumulative, VIX, the futures, up, down volume, and those things can tell you a lot. All right, futures are about to break out here, so your positions should be looking better. I'm looking for Nikola to take off, looking for Snap to break out, looking for Tesla to form a higher high. We've got lower lows and lower highs for now. Tesla's not really that interesting to me right now. Home Depot does look good. So does Caterpillar. Nikola's trying to turn the corner. Workhorse is about to go. Workhorse looking good here. Workhorse about to go. Okay, VWAP. If you follow if you follow that VWAP script, you can see that VWAP is starting to turn. All right, that looks good. Looking good. All right, workhorse is going. I'm going to add to workhorse. Workhorse is going. I want to add to it. Looks like it's going to go. There's a day trade only. Day trade shares I'm adding right now on workhorse.
PBL Bloomberg reported that Michael Lula Brookfield said
All right, I added day trade shares there. I got filled at 22.40 average and starting to move now. And 21.90 is my stop, minus 50 cents. And we'll see how this goes. There goes workhorse on the move. Good. Good, good, good. Rocket's starting to move. All right, looks good. Workhorse is on the move. Very quickly moving away from our stop. That's what we want to see. All right, we got our first green bar on workhorse. Our first green bar just printed on workhorse. Pushing higher, looking good. Home Depot at the highs, Caterpillar at the highs. Nikola looking for that to follow through. Snap at the high of the day, nice. It just doesn't have the relative volume I'd like to see. And futures are at the high of the session. Futures at the highs. I don't think we're going to get above this level just yet. Maybe in the evening session. We did scoot up to 2.4 relative volume. 2.4 up volume, I should say. 2.4 to 1 up volume, and NASDAQ is at 3 to 1. So NASDAQ outperforming.
Shares of Quantum getting a spike here now on that headline CARV. Charlie Alpha Romeo Victor. Again, report from Bloomberg that the federal government will partner with banks to provide loans to black entrepreneurs. BYFC also moving down on that headline from Yankee Foxtrot Charlie. Shares of Urban One getting a pop here, $3.72. Evo NEK.
Futures, boy, the bears will be pissed. There's stops up here for sure. There's stops overhead above the high of the day. And most likely we'll see a follow through if that does pierce that level. Just above 34, 3405, 3402 or so. If we can get above that level, there's probably some stops up there up to about 3410. Snap breaking out. Snap breaking out. Snap is breaking out. Looks good. Workhorse following through. Love to see Workhorse above 24. IPO highs over there is what we're looking at from late June, early July. We had a pivot high that we're trying to get above on Workhorse. If we do, Bollinger Bands are opening up, so that's telling you volatility will pick up and that we should see a fast move. Whenever you see upper and lower Bollinger Bands moving away from each other, that means you should anticipate a fast move as volatility increases. Now, Workhorse might not necessarily make a straight shot to the highs. We will see some back and fill along the way. Nothing goes straight up. Ha, that's pretty funny, Frank. We were due. All right, so that looks good. All right, so KSU just sitting there is not doing anything. Workhorse trying to get a breakout. Hold on one second. Somebody's ringing the door.
Stat News reporter Helen Branswell tweeting out says AstraZeneca CEO explained the medical issue that stopped its COVID-19 trial to investors. AZN AstraZeneca now at 54.38 shares. Down 33 cents, AZN.
All right, Workhorse is flagging above VWAP. Let's see if we can't get a follow through. We got slope of VWAP is turning towards bullish.
AstraZeneca participant had serious neurological symptoms after the Stat News article. AZN.
Nikola, no follow through yet. Nikola. Jets, a little move lower today. Looked good yesterday. Looking for a bounce. Futures breaking out new highs. Futures are breaking out new highs. Our volume looks good. Tick looks good. Slope looks good.
PDD, Papa Delta Delta, pin duo through October 100 Wall Street now. Early at 85.21. Delta PDD. shares of Tendero Duo popping to the highs 85.37, up about 4.5%. LCA, Lancadia, Lega Charlie Alpha, seeing activity in the September 20 call sweep. Lega Charlie Alpha hitting the high 1844, spiking here on some volume. Lega Charlie Alpha, LCA.
All right, we're stalling at the high again, futures. All right, looking for a follow through. Okay, Nikola, no follow through. Looks like Nikola's going to stop us out, unfortunately. Not everything is going to work. Nikola, going to stop. Probably going to stop us. Let's see if they can push this. Nikola looked good, looked like it was going to follow through, and then just pooped out. Snap looks good. Thank you, Mikey. Looks like Caterpillar wants to go. Home Depot at the highs. Workhorse, come on, let's go. Let's giddy up here. KSU, no follow through. Slack, WORK, moving lower. Let's see, where is my... Nikola, come on, bounce already. Give us a little bounce. Give us a bounce. I'm right at my stop right now on Nikola. If it goes any lower, I'm going to get stopped out. Minus 50 cents on the option.
CNTY, Century Casinos getting some volume here. Charlie, November Tango Yankee, CNTY.
Century Casinos, volume. CNTY, Century Casinos, volume. Snap at the high of the day. Low R-vol. So some of you took Snap anyway, even though it had low R-vol because it had a nice looking chart. It was above VWAP and pulling away. Good job if you took it. I did not. It didn't fit all of my criteria.
COVID-19, we are not out of the woods. Says restarting economic activity must be done carefully.
Snap looks good. I believe, Grant, you were looking at buying Snap too. Did you get into it? I did not. I know Mikey did. Heart pumper in the room. That's Mikey, my oldest trading buddy. Looking for Nicola to find buyers here, just shy of the low of the day. Home Depot breaking out new highs.
Says, he takes President Trump and Mr. Bob Woodward. He concealed critical details. He will not.
Let's look at Home Depot again. Home Depot.
It's 12 o'clock.
Home Depot. I'm going to buy some Home Depot. Up on the day. Probably better to wait. You could scale into it. Looks pretty decent. Probably going to continue. But it is at the high of the day. Susceptible to a pullback or a B pivot at this point. The most recent pullback, right around 10:30 or so, found buyers at VWAP. Now we're at the high of the day, and volume is not agreeing with this new high. I'd probably take some profits into strength if you're day trading it and look for a little dip for a better entry. Let me see what a better entry. 274, 275, something like that would be good. Tick cumulative looking better.
Almost says we'll be holding a briefing and making an announcement at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Workhorse looking for a higher low now. Looks like it's going to print a higher low. We've got potential for a break higher now on Workhorse. I'll keep adding to it as it breaks out. Eventually it's going to fail. Got a flat VWAP, so might not get past 2308. That's the top ATR band, top standard deviation 2 band above VWAP. 2308, we're trading 2266. Looks like a buy the dip on the 60 minute starting to show up. This is starting to line up pretty nicely here. If we can get that buy the dip on the 60 minute, could get a follow through.
Brazil. Governor says a potential Sinovac vaccine has shown promising results. This vaccine may be available to Brazil's population as early as December.
Zoom's at VWAP. Watch Zoom here.
Shares of Sinovac have been halted since February this meeting.
Good job on Snap, folks. Those of you who took Snap, good job. All right, let's see what RKT looks like. Rocket Mortgage. A lot of people moving down to Myrtle Beach. I'm sure there's lots and lots of other places. It's only showing 0.5 RVOL, so I'm really not interested in it. All right, Rocket Mortgage, what are you going to do? Workhorse looking for a higher low. Caterpillar high of the day, acting very strong. Watch Nikola here. Watch Nikola. It's probably going to take my stop the way it's trading right this minute. VWAP's flattening out. I'm thinking it's going to get pulled back towards VWAP, towards the close. It's at the lows of the session. No rescue yet by the cavalry. Jets looking for a bounce. Yeah, looks good. I agree, Dave. Okay, Rocket Mortgage. We're seeing the Rocket. We're seeing the October 25 call trading on Rocket. Rocket Mortgage looks like it's going to go. Check out the Rocket September 18s, the 25 call. Potential trade on Rocket RKT. Workhorse wants to go. Like to see Workhorse the 60 minutes by the dip. There goes Workhorse. All right, Workhorse is certainly on the move now. Rocket looking at the 25 or the 26 calls. Those look interesting. For September 18, we're looking for Nikola to graze the runway here and take off again. Home Depot's at the high of the day. It looks strong. Home Depot, that's one that I wanted to add shares to. Home Depot looking for a follow through. There goes futures. Futures following through, breaking out, new high of the day, 2-to-1 up volume. NASDAQ, 3-to-1 up volume. Tick cumulative is green. Fast signal is bullish. Snap looks good. All right, everything looks good. Everything looks good. Workhorse should be doing well for you. Okay, it looks like Workhorse is going to do it again for us today. Yesterday was a really good day on Workhorse. We had over 20% from the open. Beautiful trade into the highs of the day. Took some off, dipped, we bought some more back, and then we sold it again. Day trade shares, we kept the core position open. Hey, Robert. I don't take every position that shows high RVOL or lacking RVOL. In the case of Snap, I don't take all the positions. I'm only focused on 3 or 4 good positions today. I only need 1 or 2 good ones to make my day. $500 a day is $10,000 a month on average, including a $500 a day average includes losses. So if you have 2 trades on the day, one does very well and one you get stopped out, but you keep adding to the one that's doing well, and you can make $500 on the day, depending on what the cost of the stock, or if you're trading options, you can average $10,000 a month. That's a very good income. That's what I preach. Focusing on 1 or 2 good trades, take the losers off before they start to affect your $500 a day goal. Like Nikola, I'll probably take that off shortly if it starts to dip more. Doesn't show any strength, so taking it off makes sense. Lose 50 cents, that happens. But gain $1, $2 on stocks like Caterpillar or Home Depot, by contrast. Yeah, Home Depot looks good for a reversal. All right.
United Airlines reaches agreement in principle with pilot union that can potentially save pilot jobs. That from a spokesperson on those agreement.
Okay, the charts, I haven't touched the charts today in terms of them stalling out like they did yesterday. They're in sync. That looks good. All right, Workhorse looks like it wants to keep going. Home Depot's fine. Home Depot at the highs. Nikola looks like it's going to test the low here. Thought we might get something going with Nikola because it was down $10. Let's see what futures look like. Futures at the high, so that's going to help. Come on, Nikola. Get off the dirt. Get off the mat here. Home Depot looking really good. If you got shares of Home Depot, just keep moving your stops underneath the last 4, 5, 6 candles. And if we manage to close in the upper half of the daily range or the high of the day, that would be great. Decide to swing some. Take some off at the highs. Typically what I like to do. Looking for a relative strength. RVOL to continue with Slack, Workhorse. KSU starting to go. Rocket looking for a push higher. Watching those 25 and 26 calls for September 18 for potential entry. NYMO is at minus 37. It was minus 78 yesterday at the low of the day. There goes KSU. KSU had VWAP starting to go. All right, Rocket. Come on, Rocket. You can do this. Workhorse looks like it wants to push. It's still a buy to dip signal on the 60-minute. Workhorse.
Shares of Dell getting a pop here. DEL now. Delta Echo Lima being Dell.
Dell looks good.
Dell at 66.67, up 4%.
Dell, nice move on Dell. Wow. Don't chase it. Wait for a better entry. Never chase. Wait for a better entry. 90% of the time or more. I can't point to stats, but just experience, 90% of the time. Chasing doesn't work. Usually get a better entry. Shorts will cover. The volatility will pull in a little bit, and you'll get a better entry. Information's not going anywhere. You're just looking for the best entry possible. The high of the day is not the place to buy, in my experience. Home Depot, as an example, was a good buy on the pullback to the just above VWAP around 1050 or so. After it broke out of the opening range with that big bullish candle at around 10 o'clock, 955 it looks like. The 955 candle on Home Depot, that was your trigger. We stayed above VWAP the entire time. We came back, almost touched VWAP at around 1050, but it turned around and went higher. Home Depot has never looked back since, and it's a 3-candle reversal on Home Depot to boot. So we got hurricanes coming across the Atlantic, tropical depressions. That's going to impact Home Depot's sales. Traders and fund managers will buy the stock in anticipation on the reversal. Workhorse pulling back a little bit. Rocket Mortgage looking for that to find some buyers. Futures at the high of the session, 2-to-1 up volume nicely, 3-to-1 on the NASDAQ. Everything looks good for a follow through for now. Nikola, no follow through. Dell looking great. SPY looking for a follow through. Hey, Tim. Yeah, I do actually. Disney. Hey, Carmen. Good to see you. How's work? Qualcomm new high today. Let's see what Disney looks like. Jets. Disney looks good. Disney's got a bullish setup. Home Depot is pushing higher. Disney looks good, folks. For a follow through, Disney, let's see what we could see out of this. Our vol is a little low, but 263, you probably got about another 80 cents to stay inside of the opening range, stay inside of the ATR for the day average, true range. Daily true range so far is 263. Average true range is about $3.46. So that's about another 80 cents you probably might see as a day trade in Disney. LCA. Krishna looking at LCA. Workhorse just above VWAP. Looks like a bounce now. Looks like it's ready for a bounce. Rocket looking for a bounce. Dell continuation. Disney looks good. Disney looks like it wants to go, right? All right, so not bad for today. Several very good setups. Snap, Disney, Home Depot, Caterpillar, LCA continuation. I like all these positions. I'm just not going to take on a lot of risk. I want to manage it to 2 or 3 positions during the day. Monitor my stops, keep my losses low, and look for good 10-15% gains intraday or more if I'm trading options to make up for any losses and still manage to gain or to meet my goals of $500 a day minimum. $1,000 a day, that's $20,000 a month. I'm going to mute you for 1 second. All right, Snap highs of the day. Really nice move on Snap today. I didn't take it. Some of you did. The only criteria that was lacking for me was low RVOL. It's at 0.6, but it's still working. Futures at the high of the day. Tick cumulative is still giving us that bullish, potentially a bullish signal off the lows after a couple of weeks of lower lows and lower highs on tick cumulative as institutions were selling into strength over the last few weeks, last 2 weeks. We rolled over on the 1st. On Wednesday, we rolled over the day before the top on Thursday. So tick cumulative gave you a valuable signal. It told you that they were selling into strength. The signal rolled over and started moving south. Now we're looking for that to return in the opposite direction to confirm that they're buying the dip. They being institutions. There goes Snap some more. KSU, right back to VWAP, looking for a follow through. KSU. Futures flagging at the highs of the day. All right, futures look like they're going to break higher. 2-1 up IM NYSE, 3-1 on the NASDAQ. Snap is still going. Yeah, you know what? Every once in a while you kick yourself, but I can't really give myself a hard time because I follow the rules. When I don't follow the rules is when I'll get snapped in the caboose. But Snap definitely looking good. It's not trading really high RVOL, so that's kind of peculiar why it's running. I mean, it could be that somebody knows something and then just picking up shares on the cheap. Let me see what the daily looks like. And not doing it on heavy volume, so it's not to take notice. All right, so Snap could see 26.50 or so, trading 23.94. So you could probably see another $2 out of Snap. It's a little extended today. I wouldn't be chasing it here. If you bought it this morning, I'd be swinging some. I'd take some off at the high of the day. That's my normal routine. If I get into a position that takes off during the day off of VWAP, Snap happened to move off of VWAP around 23.29. If I would take a position at 23.29, I would normally start adding to it as it moves higher. And when it gets to an area where it starts to show topping candles, or if it closes near the highs of the day, I would typically take half of that day trade position off and keep half on for a swing to see if we get more out of it the next day. If the stock breaks out the next day, I'd wait for a dip to VWAP, and I would probably add those shares back again and just repeat the process. As long as it continues to move higher, I'll continue to add and day trade around the original position. I found that to be very profitable over the years. A good percentage of the time, at least 70% of the time, if you're using RVOL and VWAP, you're going to have good trades. So if you have 7 winning trades out of 10 and 3 losers, the losers you nip in the bud at 1 to 5% loss. But your winners, those 7 winners, 7 out of 10 are winners, and you're making 10, 15%, the math works in your favor. Okay, so it's a little bit harder with options. You got to be a little bit more attentive on options. You can't buy the high of the day. You got to buy the dips. It's the only way you're going to really do well with options, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. My experience is that options, if you're buying the high of the day, invariably you're going to get a dip right after you buy. That's almost always happens. So if you wait for the dip, you get a better entry, and now you don't have to wait for the move back up to where the highs were. I'm looking at Snap right now. So Snap had several pullbacks intraday. 1, 2, 3 flags so far, but it's above VWAP and pulling away. So that's a good sign. Disney, watching that as well. Home Depot at the high of the day. Caterpillar showing some signs of maybe some profit taking. It trades on the floor of the exchange, so don't be surprised if Caterpillar does give up some of its gains, take some profits off the table. Workhorse looking for a bounce, a higher low. We're above VWAP. We have a buy the dip signal still on the 60-minute. This 60-minute candle will be over at 1 o'clock. It will be over and complete. So the buy the dip signal is either going to stay on for now or we're going to pull in. So watching Workhorse as well. NYMO is also looking better. NYMO was minus 78 yesterday at the low. McClellan oscillator for the New York Stock Exchange. The McClellan oscillator for the New York Stock Exchange trying to turn back up. We'd like to get that cycle to bottom and turn up over the next few trading days. That'll create another tailwind. Rocket is sitting on VWAP. RKT. Workhorse, no follow through. If these stocks are going to follow through, it's going to be after 2 o'clock most likely. So this is where the BC pivots come into play. If you miss the morning run up, like if you look at Home Depot right now, the 5-minute chart, you can see that's the run up. That's the A pivot at the highs. We have yet to show any topping candles, but once we do, then we look for B and C pivots. B and C pivot would most likely be a pullback to VWAP. Don't see it just yet, so nothing says it has to form an ABCD pattern, but it's what we look for at this time of day. It's noon. Home Depot, nice. Home Depot have a nice 3-day pattern, 3-day reversal pattern to play off of. Yeah, Carmen, I'm not used to being outside of my studio. I'm using one of the quieter bedrooms at the moment to transmit our live session, so I'm not used to it. I'm used to having my studio, everything is perfectly set up, my boom mic, my mixers, all my computers are all set up. Now I'm running everything off of 2 laptops, which is fine. I can do that with 2 laptops and a live stream to YouTube Live. I'm a creature of habit, so when it comes to the broadcast, it's much easier for me to follow when I've got everything set up. Yeah, Robert chimed in a few minutes ago. He's in here. Scroll up a little bit. LCA doesn't look like it's going to follow through. Workhorse, looks like this is the high for now. Oh. All right, Workhorse, you're going to bounce. All right, so we lost the buy the dip signal on that hourly candle. Still have potential. We have plenty of daylight. It's only 12:41. Come on, Workhorse. Home Depot at the highs. Caterpillar consolidating. I would take profits in Caterpillar. Disney looks like it's going to continue. Still got a little bit of room left in its ATR for the day, about another 50 cents or so. Snap at the high of the day. I'd be taking a little bit of profits off the table. Maybe. Snap looks good. And futures at the high of the day. So we can't complain. Today is a really good day, considering all things. Standing up, a little exercise, stretch a little bit. Try not to sit on your duff as much. I like those standing desks. I'll probably get one of those for my new office. Futures continue higher. Tick continues to reflect a bullish trend. There goes futures, breaking out again. Thank you very much. Futures are going. Wow, very nice. Nikola, no follow through, just groveling in the dirt. Nikola. Home Depot, high of the day. Workhorse, trying to gather some steam. Looks like a buy the dip again. Another buy the dip signal on the 60-minute. There we go. All right, Workhorse is starting to move. 60-minute buy the dip signal. Trying to move here on Workhorse. KSU above VWAP. Rocket above VWAP. NIMO looking better. Workhorse looking good. Home Depot high of the day. Snap high of the day. Disney looks good. Nikola is testing the lows of the day. So Nikola stopped me out. Nikola stopped me out. See if they reverse it here. Nikola. Looks like a short on Nikola. Nikola going moving lower. All right, possible buy the dip on Nikola. That's like the third time today. Took out stops at the low. Workhorse trying to move. Snap continuation at the high of the day. Disney flagging. Workhorse, maybe it's going to take out the high that we just put in a few minutes ago. Around noon, just before noon, we put in a high on Workhorse just north of 23. We're trying to take that level out right now. Q's, got a million share trade on the Q's at 270. Q's looking better. Snap's starting to show some signs of profit taking. Be careful at the highs. Maybe take some profits off. Snap takes some off at the high of the day. Profit taking, most likely going to hit the stock now. Giving ABCD pattern traders a opportunity on a B pivot on a pullback. Futures just continue to grind along to the highs of the day. Buy the dip potential on Nikola. Sell some Snap at the high of the day. Home Depot still pushing. All right, we're trying to get above the pivot highs around noontime for Workhorse presently. Okay. Workhorse, I'd like to add to it if we can continue seeing higher highs now. Snap looks like it's going to be okay. A little bit of profit taking there on that last 5-minute candle. We got a green candle now. Looks like they're going to buy that up. That they like it. Looks good. Futures just grinding along. Tick cumulative still giving us a green signal. Home Depot at the highs. Very nice. Workhorse, can we get a follow through now? I'd like to add the Workhorse. These day trade shares. Nikola, nothing there. Snap, high of the day. Home Depot, new high of the day. Getting tired of saying that. Just need to see Workhorse make a new high of the day. Got a 60-minute signal. Workhorse, looking for a follow through. If Workhorse breaks out here, I'm going to add probably double or triple up my position real quick for a scalp. If it breaks out, Workhorse. All right, I'm going to add to my Workhorse here if it starts to break out. Watching, it's got to confirm. I don't need to front run it. I just need to see the volume. Just need to see that yellow signal on relative volume for a quick 15, 20, 50 cents maybe on a few hundred shares. That's all I'm looking for. Alexion, rumor that they might get bought out by Gilead. Alexion, ALXN, Alpha Lima X-Ray November. I don't usually buy rumors. They don't usually work out. All right. Rocket Mortgage doesn't look like it's going to work out either. Home Depot at the high of the day. Home Depot has been pretty solid all day long. So most likely, given the character of today's trade on Home Depot, it's just going to keep going. All right, Zoom continues lower. Nikola, no follow through, unfortunately. Nikola, no follow through. We got a high tick alert now. Disney's still going. Let's take a look at Disney on the daily, see what kind of reversal we've got going. Disney looks like a breakout looming. If we get above 137, that'd be nice. I'll wait for the breakout. No need to hurry.
Stocks had a new session high up about 2.5% here. White House press secretary currently just starting a press briefing today.
Disney should be a beneficiary of anything good about opening up the economy more. Disney should see more upside. All right, goes the futures, ripping higher. Nikola, dog.
White House Press Secretary McEnany saying President Trump did not intentionally mislead the public on COVID.
KSU pushing higher. Rocket, no follow through yet. On the dip. Better entry on the dips. Home Depot looks good. Snap looks good. Intel, nice run up today. Intel. Continuation. Reversal.
High tick alert plus 800.
Or high tick alert. All right, can we get Workhorse to break out? KSU looking for a follow through. Futures driving higher. 34.20. Building positive gamma. 3.5 to 1 up volume on the NASDAQ. Looks good.
Facebook ticker FB company just out with a blog post improving ad performance through ad volume guidance. Facebook will be issuing a limit on ad volume aimed at helping advertisers reduce costs and improve ad performance. Shares of Facebook unaffected following that post from Facebook for Business ticker FB.
Snap looks like profit taking. KSU continuation. Rocket starting to reverse now. Home Depot, man, what a day on Home Depot. Almost at 280 now. All right, it's exceeding its daily ATR. Daily ATR is $6.43. It is $7.29 current, so it's almost a dollar above the ATR range for the day average. So I wouldn't be surprised to take some profits off. Happy birthday, Lee Star. Happy birthday, Lee Star. Sent you a piece of cake. FedEx. All right, Workhorse, I'm watching for a breakout here. If we get a breakout on Workhorse, I'll probably take a quick trade on this. It's very close to the ATR. Very close to the ATR for the day. So we might have seen the most of what we're going to have today, unless we have an expansion day. NYMO minus 35, improving from yesterday's minus 78 reading, which is telling you breadth is improving. All right, Snap, I'd take some profits. Snap takes some profits off. It looks like we're going to start moving lower. Intel on the move. Disney looks good for tomorrow. KSU. Rocket starting to move. All right, let's see. Apple, high of the day. Let's see what Apple looks like. High of the day for Apple. There goes Home Depot. Oh my gosh. Looks good on Apple too. Apple's going to release its iPhone 5G before Christmas. Got to be a lot of people anticipating that's going to happen. SPY breaking out. New high of the day, SPY. Dell looking okay.
New York Governor Cuomo currently giving his daily coronavirus briefing. Earlier, we had heard that indoor dining in New York City could begin this week. Now, Cuomo giving a date, September 30th. Capacity for indoor dining in New York City will be 25%.
Workhorse, no follow through. No follow through breakout. Home Depot looking best. There goes Caterpillar, new high of the day. Cat, new high of the day.
Grubhub ticker GRUB shares ticking higher here over the 69.50 level. Seem to be responding to that headline just out from New York State Governor Cuomo that New York City restaurants can begin indoor dining as of September 30th, and that will be at 25% capacity. Shares of Grubhub last trading at 69.65, up 1.6% for the session.
Grubhub, watching that one. Let's see what the big hubbub is. Grubhub. New York Governor Cuomo talking about indoor dining at 25% capacity. Grubhub. Ordering. Let's see what Shack looks like, some of the restaurants. Shake Shack has a location in the city. That looks good. Shake Shack. Rocket Mortgage turning back up, looks good. Workhorse, no follow through. Home Depot at the highs. Snap, profit taking. If you missed an entry on Snap, you're going to get a better entry on the pullback, most likely. Futures at the highs. Tick cumulative looking good. 2-to-1 and 3-to-1. NASDAQ, NYSE and NASDAQ respectively. Up volume. Looking to confirm. Big. Looking at big. Big. Workhorse pulling back. Big lots. At the highs. Decent run today. Up nearly 9% on the day. Workhorse pulling back. Watch Workhorse. Weren't able to do anything with that. Workhorse pulling back. Home Depot looking the best.
JCPenney, a Reuters headline just out says JCPenney is, quote, on the cusp of a rescue deal with landlords. OTC ticker on JCPenney is Juliet Charlie Papa November Quebec.
All right, so if they're going to get this moving, it's going to be after 2 o'clock. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break, have some lunch, and I'll be back.
Facebook ticker FB, Dow Jones reporting that EU regulators have warned Facebook of an order to stop sending EU user data to the US. Ireland's privacy regulator is seeking Facebook commentary on a preliminary order. If finalized, the order would immediately suspend Facebook's transfer of EU user data to US. Shares of Facebook up 2% for the session today, ticker FB.
Okay, well, looks like we're starting to see some B pivots. Snap gave us an A pivot just about 20 minutes ago, just after 1 o'clock. Watch how it reacts to VWAP. All right, if volume comes in, that's telling you there's still interest. Intel at the highs of the day. Home Depot, Caterpillar, highs of the day. Workhorse, looking forward to bounce at VWAP. If it does, you can. Workhorse watching. Rocket Mortgage looks like it was going to bounce, and then it just did for three candles, and now we're pulling back in right at VWAP. VWAP is flat, so Rocket's probably not going anywhere at the moment. Home Depot is the one with the most momentum, just keeps going. Nice 3-candle reversal on the daily. Very nice reversal on Home Depot. Buy the dip on the 60-minute, triggering here Home Depot. The 4-hour rather, sorry. What a nice chart today on Home Depot. All right. Home Depot.
SAVE Spirit Air, will tick higher now, 1748. Company saying relatively pleased on bookings for September and October. That's SAVE, India for Victor Echo.
Yep, my wife flew quite a bit.
People want to fly Labor Day, so demand strength. That's SAVE Spirit Air shares now at 1759 and moving higher on that news on some volume. SAVE.
Let's take a look at SAVE, see if it's worth a look. SAVE. I usually don't like trading airlines individually. Yeah, and I'm not going to chase that. All right, Jets is probably going to work because we're getting good reports out of some of the individual airlines. All right. I like it, Russell. Bookings.com. Russell going long. Bookings.com. I like it. Jets are looking for benefit from this move higher. And the airlines ticking higher. Home Depot, take a little profits off. Home Depot, take a little profits off the table. Snap, looking for a B pivot. Intel, high of the day. Intel, high of the day. Home Depot, take some profits. Home Depot, take a little profits off. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs. Banks. Remember the weekend video we talked about the BKX showing relative strength to the markets, outperforming. Let's see what that looks like. Coming off the lows, not really that impressive. Thank you, David. Jets, Jets, Jets. All right, Jets is starting to move. Looks like a bounce off the 21 EMA, 9 EMA on Jets. If we can get that to break out above 1850 or so, that should go. So we've got about another $1 to go. All right, let me go get my lunch. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
White House orders end to COVID-19 airport screenings for international travelers. Shares of Express Spa seeing some activity here now at $1.88 XSPA. XSPA getting a pop here now. Express Spa shares now at $1.94. AAPL, Apple designing their own face masks to distribute to employees. AAPL, Alpha Papa Lima.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Rocket Mortgage pulling back a little bit. Home Depot profit taking. So what we should probably see now between now and 2 o'clock is a B and C pivot on most of these. Caterpillar at the high of the day. Intel higher lows, looking for a higher high. Snap pulling back below the Disney trending, but pulling back a little bit, and the futures are pulling back a little bit. So we're going to see ABCD patterns most likely, and we'll reassess after that. All right, Rick, you're looking for DPHC, huh? Let's see what deep. All right, futures are pulling back, so maybe take some profits off. All right, so we pull back a little bit. DPHC. Let me look at that for Rick. Home Depot coming off the low. Goldman Sachs coming off the low. DPHC. DPHC. It's this SPAC for Lordstown Motors, the EV truck maker. Yep, SPAC. DPHC. Let's do a little due diligence on this one while we're waiting. DPHC. We have 2-to-1 relative volume. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one, Rick. Thank you for the heads up. It'll be a merger, and then it'll be called Ride after that, huh? Okay. Divergent range starting to play out where we have a heads up from Steve Hammer over at HFT Alerts. Dark pools and algos aren't the ones that are pushing prices higher. Divergent range, which would pull us back to around 33.90 maybe. We've had a hell of a run today, that's for sure. Algos and dark pools have been selling into strength. Not really seeing a big change in tick cumulative, so have some ambivalent signals there. Futures at the highs. Snap pulling back the VWAP. We're watching for relative volume to pick up. 2156 off the highs of the day. Maybe Snap, maybe that's a nice little area on Snap. Snap. Pull back the breakout on Snap. Intel looks like it wants to keep going. All right, Snap pulling back to VWAP. Better entry. If we get a bounce and relative volume picks up. Looks like it's trying to pick up a little bit here. Snap. All right, stocks are just taking a breather. ABCD patterns looking for a bounce here and there. Jets pulling back. News that Spirit Airlines had really good traffic and ridership on the Labor Day week and weekend. It's good to hear. Economies, things getting better. Okay. Virgin Galactic, I'll take a look. Virgin Galactic. Home Depot just drifting a bit lower right now. Virgin, let's see what the daily looks like, the intraday volume looks like. All right, we got 1.5 relative volume on Virgin. Looks like a range between 17 and 1825 or so. Right this minute. Yeah, not crazy about the pattern. Looks like it's trying to break trend. David, looks like it's trying to break trend. Potentially 27, about 10 points on it. I like it. It should be fine. You put in a hammer 2 days ago. put in a hammer, we reverse, the volume looks good. It's fine. Not my favorite, but it certainly doesn't look bearish. It's at the top of its range. You should be fine. Could see a little bit of downside, maybe. Back and fill. It's trading 1.85 relative volume, so that shows that there are interested parties out there as well. Jets is starting to bounce now. Jets higher low. Yeah, I agree, Brian. Yeah, Virgin Galactic doesn't look bad. It needs to get above VWAP for starters. That's 18. You need to get above 18. And then it could break out of this range. It's trying to break a downtrend. So once it breaks that downtrend, then you could see probably a few days and weeks back up to the recent highs. I like that. All right, we got 2 hours to go. If they're going to move anything, they're going to do it now. All right, if they're going to do anything, they're going to do it now after 2 p.m. Jets trying to break out. So all this news about testing centers in Newark Airport, all of these things are going to help the airline industry. Jets watching. Caterpillar high of the day. Home Depot high of the day.
News was out earlier this morning, actually, on Newark Airport, getting a testing center. NBC.
All right, markets are kind of slow right now. Kind of slow going right now. Look for Snap to bounce. Futures, let it pull in.
Apple says Apple no longer let logins overnight after September 11. Off of Papa Lima. Seeing shares of Express XSBA here $1.92, up 7% now. Actually, Sandy Mama Alpha XSBA.
All right, futures drifting a bit lower. Had a nice run today. Moved above those levels from yesterday near the 3370 zone. We broke above that today. Followed through, hit the highs of the day, rejected a little bit.
BISL, Vislink getting a
3420.
Victor India Sandy Lima. PointsBet USA has become the official sports betting partner of NBC Sports, providing the sports betting trading opportunities across linear and digital platforms. That I think tweet from Vislink, BISL, Victor India Sandy Lima. Shares getting just a small opening higher on BISL. Now seeing a pop in Vislink BISL off of that tweet from the company. That's Victor India Sandy Lima, $1.41. BISL shares spiking here now. $1.43 the high on BISL.
All right, looks like futures want to bounce here. Watch for a higher low.
$1.44 now, continues to spike here, up 13% on Vislink. California current COVID-19 hospitalizations rise by 128 to 4,425 on Wednesday. That's from the state health department.
Futures bouncing. Snap looking for VWAP to hold. Virgin Galactic, you guys watching this one? It looks okay. It's below VWAP. I don't know if it's going to move above it today. Doesn't seem that busy. 1.49 Arval. Caterpillar profit taking at the highs. Home Depot, a little flag at the high of the day. Jets breaking out above the pivot we saw about an hour ago. Jets, Jets. JETS looking better. Jets, JETS looking better. Breaking above the pivot highs from about an hour ago. JETS looks good. Some good trading, good teamwork. There goes Jets. Jets taking off. Yeah, Frank, I agree with you. JETS reminds me of the New York Jets chant in the stadium as well. JETS, 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 Jets. Goofy. All right, Jets taking off. Looks good. 60-minute building a reversal. We have 2 or 3 downward facing dogs or red candles. A reversal 3 hours ago, a doji. Last hourly candle, very large reversal bullish candle. And this candle that's building right now is starting to look a lot better. The daily is in a trend. The trend is bullish. Looks really good. Jets is really starting to take off now. Very nice. Very nice. Jets, Jets, Jets. Workhorse is moving. Yep. I'll probably scalp it again if it starts going. All right, Workhorse looking better. Looks like a range above VWAP. If we can get that going. I would like to add to my core position on any pullback to the 9 and 21 day. It's had a nice move over the last 3 trading sessions. Workhorse had a really big day yesterday, profit-wise. Looks like the Workhorse is going to go again. Let me add to that. Workhorse. Looks like it's going to go. If they're going to make it move, it'll do it this time of day after 2 o'clock. Workhorse is going. I'd like to add to it, but only if it breaks above. SPAQ spiking.
$15.18 now, up 6, almost 7% at the intraday high on SPAQ.
All right, SPAQ popping. Looks good on the daily. Merger news, acquisition news. SPAQ, Sierra Papa Alpha Quebec. Orval is 1 on SPAQ. The news just coming out on Benzinga. Can we get any news on CNBC? Yeah, Ruth Steakhouse, excellent Chateaubriand with Béarnaise, or just standard filet mignon with Béarnaise. Expensive, but a great restaurant. Indoor dining probably gets a nice pop on Ruth. I'm so excited about moving down to Myrtle Beach. Don't have to brave the 15-foot snow drifts like up in Rochester many years ago, or the 6 feet we got one winter. Getting too old for that crap. Even with I need a backhoe. Then maybe I'd be happy. A backhoe to get rid of the snow. Some of the years in New Jersey were just a bear. I love skiing when somebody else takes care of it. Yeah, Walensky's is not bad either. Some of the Chicago steakhouses. Really nice Chicago steakhouses. Um, Quite a few good restaurants. Good steak. All right, can we get Workhorse to get a boogie on? Caterpillar pulling back a little bit. Virgin Galactic, no momentum today on Virgin. Workhorse looking for a breakout above 2350, 24. Maybe we see 26, 28, 30 in the next couple of weeks. Looking good, building higher highs and higher lows. Come on, workhorse, you can do it. You can do it. Thinking Waterboy, Rob Snyder. All right, workhorse, let's do this. Home Depot, let's do this. SPAC, SPAQ, let's do this. Nice move on Boeing today. For those of you trading it, nice job. Facebook up $2.92. Apple doing well, plus $4.86, 4% on the day. Snap, nice bounce at VWAP. Snap, nice reentry. VWAP on Snap. Snap RVOL coming in as Snap bounces off of that VWAP. Looks good. All right, workhorse is trying to go. Snap, nice little bounce off of VWAP. Nice little bounce off of VWAP for Snap, following through now. Workhorse looks good. Back to the top of its daily range.
mRNA, Moderna, October 65 call activity, 1,500 contracts. Michael, probably on November Alpha, Moderna.
All right, inflows are looking pretty good. Just posted in the trading room. Inflows, money coming into the market. NYMO improving. It's at minus 34 now. 33.92. Workhorse hitting the top of the range and getting rejected yet again.
Headline now, Fauci says he didn't get sense that Trump was distorting COVID. Fauci, speaking on Fox, says he didn't think he ever distorted things that I told him about being President Trump. mRNA Moderna local activity, October 65 on Moderna.
Looking for some more high ticks. Snap looks good, a nice little bounce.
Trump to deliver remarks on judicial appointments at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Disney Workhorse holding up. Looks like it might break out now. The slope in VWAP is picking up again on Workhorse. Home Depot been strong all day. Arvol's at 1. Same with Workhorse, 1.06. It was over 2.25 this morning, Workhorse. And of course, we pulled back and then consolidated underneath VWAP, pushed back above VWAP just before noon, and we've stayed above it since. Looking for Workhorse to continue. Break out of this tight range on the intraday charts.
Saudi Arabia plans to keep oil production steady despite recent salmon prices growing any bigger. Output cuts would lead to rivals of OPEC to increase supply. Senator McConnell says, optimistic we'll have a good vote on the coronavirus bill on our side.
Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. All right, we're good. VIX low of the day looks good. Futures look like they're going to keep going. Snap. Got a nice trade on Snap.
AstraZeneca hold doesn't slow down.
Over a buck. Fauci's so full of crap. All I got to do is read up on the guy, the things that he's done. Not a very nice guy, Mr. Fauci. Not a nice guy you are. Disney bouncing. Watch Disney here for a bounce. B pivot. Cooper, nice trade there, Mikey. There goes Snap. Cooper, high of the day. Intel bouncing. Futures looks good. Tick cumulative is increasingly bullish. Looking for a workhorse to break out. Workhorse. All right, workhorse is trying to break out here. If it does, I'd like to add to it. Been trying to add to it all day. No luck. Workhorse is going. Snap looks good. Workhorse looks like it wants to break out. Watch for a breakout here on Workhorse. Relative volume is picking up. Caterpillar at VWAP. Home Depot flagging. SPAQ looks like it's going to go. SPAQ, Sierra Papa Alpha Quebec. There's some news on it, I believe. SPAQ. Spartan Energy acquisition. There goes SPAQ breaking out. SPAQ. Workhorse going. All right, Workhorse, we want to get some, we want to add to Workhorse if we can get a follow through. Okay, Workhorse looks good. Do I want to add to it yet? Not yet. Let me get a follow through first. Let's get a follow through first. Get that relative volume up. Right now it's only at 106. I'd like to see that at 150. It's we're approaching power hour. Snap going too. Snap follow through. Nice job on Snap. Futures are supportive. Up volume is beating out down volume. That's supportive. Workhorse looking for a breakout. I want to hit it with a few hundred shares. If it breaks out here, see if we can't get about 50 cents. And a follow through. What's up, buddy? You looking for my Felicia? Looks good. Futures look like they're going to keep going. Snap. A nice trade on Snap. All right. Workhorse, no follow through yet. Home Depot looks good. Snap is working. Snap is working. Futures are at the highs. Cooper at the highs. Intel, a little bounce. SPAQ looking for a follow through. Great, great. Workhorse rejected again. Just can't get above this area right here, 23.30 or so. That's all right. Tomorrow probably follow through. Snap looks good all the way back up to nearly to the high of the day now. Bill Gates and Volkswagen-backed EV battery maker QuantumScape going public via SPAC. QuantumScape, a solid-state battery maker backed by Bill Gates and Volkswagen AG, is going public via SPAC, Kensington Capital Acquisition. It's a 10-year-old battery maker spun out from Stanford University. The lithium batteries are said to be safer and also charge quicker. Our ambition is to be the supplier of the industry as a whole, said QuantumScape's founder, CEO, Jagdeep Singh. Okay. There's some other names mentioned here. These companies are probably all get bought up and acquired. SPAC, SPAQ. Electric vehicles have been a hot market in the SPACs for many, going public en route of 2020. This list includes Luminar, Gores Metropolis, Nikola, Lordstown Motors, acquired by Diamond Peak Holdings, DPHC, electric car startup Fixer, acquired by Spartan Energy Corp, acquisition, and electric powertrain for Class 8 maker Hyliion, going public with Tortoise Acquisition Corp, Shell. All right, so that looks good. Probably going to see a lot more action in this space in the years to come. One or many will become dominant, much like Tesla became dominant over the last 10 years. That's my opinion, just based on gut feeling of how things are playing out right now. All right, KSU at the highs of the session. Rocket Mortgage, no follow through. That's a dog. Didn't do anything. Workhorse still trying to work it above this 23.30 level. If we can get above that level, I might add for a quick scalp if there's enough time left. It's only 2:45 right now. We got an hour and 15 minutes, less than an hour and 15 minutes to go. So those blank check companies acquiring other companies, all of these are a potential buy. Chrysler, Delphi, Lear, General Motors, Toyota Motors, buying up some of these names to take over this category of the EV market. All right, Workhorse is not following through. So over the next few weeks and months, I'm sure we're going to hear more. All right, Snap putting in a lower high now. Snap putting in a lower high. A little profit taking. Cooper Cooper, I keep saying Cooper Software, Cooper Tire, Cooper, Mr. Cooper, in the real estate single residential services group, doing well. Relative strength yesterday was very obvious. Mikey pointed it out in a chart that he posted in the trading room, in addition to the 9 o'clock session he did this morning before the opening. If you catch those early morning, those are really good. Mikey does a great job. He did the broadcast on Thursday, Friday. We were off on Monday. Helped me out a great deal moving from New Jersey to South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, to be with family. I'm just tired of New Jersey politics and everything else about it. Got a lot of friends there. We'll go back and visit, but at least I don't have to pay the taxes and the crazy fees that we have to pay up there. It's insane. Anyway, watching SPAQ and these names in this space: Workhorse, Snap, Cooper, Home Depot. Home Depot very strong on a 3-day candle, 3-candle reversal. Looks good. We got more than 70 minutes to go. 70 minutes to go in the regular session. This is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. New location, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Nice and sunny out. It's about 80 degrees outside. Mild. It's not humid. And we're looking for some last minute action on the day, perhaps. If you have spider calls or Q calls, maybe take some profits into strength. As we're trading at the highs of the session, I would take profits if I had SPY calls. I do not. So we're at the highs of the session. Almost 3-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, 3.5 on the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ outperforming today. Tech. All right, it looks like Snap's going to go again. Snap, that was a little bit of profit taking there. Someone was taking profits. Workhorse, still possible for a little scalp there end of day. KSU at the highs of the session, top of the range. Flat VWAP, not much momentum there. NYMO improving quite a bit since yesterday's low. It's at minus 33. Yesterday was minus 78. So they were selling pretty intensely yesterday. Now they're buying. The dip, we got a 3-candle reversal on the SPY. Probably going to be a down day tomorrow, I think. And base in this range, stay in this range. If anything, maybe a doji tomorrow. I know most of you probably want things to reverse back up to the highs, but that wouldn't be very, I don't think that'd be constructive. It might be. I'd rather see a base up here after a 7% pullback or more. I'd rather see a base, so a few more days in this area. If it takes off to the upside, I'll trade what I see, but I'm not too crazy about V-shape, very quick reversals. Although I will say, in the bull's case, that this drop over the previous 3 days gave the market makers and dealers a chance to reposition, bring down their risk profile, and set up for a bounce. So they probably don't have as much risk on right now, or their positions aren't as much at risk or over leveraged as they were, say, on Wednesday morning. Wednesday, we saw a tick cumulative turn down ahead of the Thursday drop. So if you've been paying attention to tick cumulative on the 60-minute, it had turned down on Wednesday, telling you that they were selling into strength earnestly. That's a good script to have. If you have Thinkorswim and you want that, just shoot me a DM in Slack so I know where to look, and I'll send you that script. It was created by Shadow Trader. He charges for it now, $100. So if you want that Thinkorswim tick cumulative, very useful tool. Probably one of my top tools in my basket aside from relative volume and VWAP, because it tells us what institutions are doing. It's not, we don't have to guess, we can see exactly what they're doing, and there's no doubt about it. All right. Case flagging, reports pulling back. Caterpillar starting to bounce. I will put the tick script. I'll put that tick cumulative script. I'll put it in the alerts channel. That's why it's easier to catch. It's easier to get to. All right, tick cumulative. It's in the alerts channel, so you see it. It should pop up on your alerts. Tick cumulative. Yeah, tick cumulative. You could have avoided some drawdown. Now I don't use it to trade on my IRA or 401k. I'll just work around the positions. I'll buy more bonds, or I'll buy some gold, or I'll hedge some other kind of way. But I generally won't, on a tick cumulative signal like that, I generally won't do anything major with my 401k or IRAs, my retirement accounts. I'll hedge. This is much more for your trading account. If you have a lot of exposure, like for example, if you had 10 positions and they were all calls on Wednesday morning, you would have been lightening the load. You would have been taking profits into strength, as I always preach and pound the table on, as Mikey mentioned early this morning. I'm always saying taking profits into strength. I'm always taking profits, taking profits, taking profits. And sometimes I'll let things ride a little bit. It all depends on what tick is telling me. Very useful, tells you exactly what institutions are doing. They're either buying or selling, or they're neutral. And generally, typically we'll have an update from Steve Hammer over at AFT Alerts that will confirm what we're seeing, but he gets into more detail. But I use the 60 minutes. Some of you use the 5-minute, like Corey likes to use the 5-minute. I find that too noisy for my personal style of trading. If you like to scalp a lot, 5 minutes fine, but I like the 60-minute because that gives you a trend. So if we're trending lower like we were since Wednesday of last week, you had a reason to take puts and probably did very well. Now that tick cumulative is turning up, if we start to see a series of higher highs and higher lows on the 60-minute, then that's going to give you a reason to be long calls and to be more patient in your positions that you have open that are long. All right, waiting for workhorse, looking for that to push higher. Snap continuation looks good. Cooper, Mr. Cooper moving higher. Intel moving higher. Once you become more, once you have an epiphany, your trader's epiphany, all of these things that we preach on a daily basis, weekly video series.
Houston, Texas mayor to announce plans today for restarting and limited number of special events in Houston.
That's going to have an impact on DraftKings. Watch DraftKings DNKG. Watch DraftKings. That's going to probably get a benefit out of that news.
White House discussed unilateral aid for the
Yeah, DraftKings is going to break out there.
Washington Post. Shares of American Airlines AAL getting a pop.
All right, I'm not going to take on a lot of new positions, but keep an eye on DraftKings. Okay, hold on a second. I got to get this. All right, so snap continuation. Snap continues. Continuation on Snap.
DKNG DraftKings now at the high of the day. DKNG.
All right, snap back up to the highs of the day. Snapping right back up to the highs of the day.
Disney CFO, DIS Disney, says very pleased with Mulan debut over 4-day U.S. holiday weekend. That's Delta India Sandy, DIS.
DraftKings moving higher. Workhorse breaking out. There goes Workhorse.
Shares of Disney seeing a 5-year now 134.83. Again, positive comments. Says the Mulan release drove many new Disney Plus subscribers. DIS. Now shares moving higher 134.91 on Disney.
Workhorse at the high of the day.
After the close today, earnings from RH, BIGC, Big Commerce Holdings, GME GameStop, LAKE Scalar. Reporting after the close.
Snap at the high of the day. Snap at the high of the day. All right, I don't know how much more we're going to squeeze out of this lemon. We're at the average true range for the day. Workhorse, we're at the average true range high of the day. All right, looks like Workhorse wants to keep going. KSU looks like it wants to pop. The transports were looking really good coming into the week. So I'd like to see a follow through there. Snap high of the day. Cooper looking for a follow through. Futures at the highs of the session.
UAL United and Pilot Unit agreement in principle will distribute flying among larger number of pilots to prevent furloughs that according to sources from Reuters UAL. SSKN Stratascan getting up to the high. Sandy Kilo November. SSKN.
Cooper looks like profit taking. Snap looks like profit taking at the highs of the session. All right, got 45 minutes to go.
Trump administration set to end requirement that flights from China and UK, much of Europe, Iran, and Brazil requirement 15 U.S. airports. A document now reported by Reuters. U.S. to end enhanced swing of international travel to driving from some countries as early as Monday. That's an update on an earlier report. Shares of Express Spa down to $3.
All right, DraftKings don't follow through. It's late in the day, so I wouldn't be doing much of anything now.
Candy Technologies getting a pump here. Kilo November Delta India, $6.51 on Candy, the high.
Candy, KNDI.
Candy shares up 5% now. Kilo November Delta India.
Let me mute this for a second. All right. Closing in on the end of the day, I would take profits off if you're day trading. Looking to swing some positions. Looks like Workhorse wants to run. Jets, looking for it to follow through. Getting more and more good news out of the health community and different avenues, like the mayor of Houston talking about more events available, sporting events, that sort of thing. News of vaccines, all this stuff is sounding more and more positive. So a lot of these stocks that are depressed are finding buyers. You just got to watch for, don't have an opinion, you got to look for the volume to confirm. Workhorse, different industry, but all of these EV companies are moving for their own reasons because of the interest in acquisitions and mergers. Tesla's already got much of this stuff sewn up, so they're all trying to consolidate industries, battery companies, and electric vehicle manufacturers, and so on, as far as acquisitions. So General Motors, those big companies are more than likely trying to maneuver to do something like that. So a lot of these companies are moving higher. So you see confirmation in volume and in price action. So it's not my opinion, just watching what's happening. We've got futures at the highs of the session. ATR is a simple calculation. Simple calculation on ATR. It's the average range of the day. All right, so we're getting a high tick alert. Getting a high tick alert. There goes Workhorse. Extreme high tick alert. Looking for breakouts in a lot of these stocks. NIMO minus 31 continues to trend higher. Snap a little pullback. Cooper, Mr. Cooper, moving higher. Futures breaking out again. Futures breaking out. Extreme high tick. Snap pulling back in. Workhorse trying to push. All right, we got a few minutes to go. A little bit less than 30 minutes, a little bit more than 30 minutes rather. Mm-mm. 4 o'clock. I got 30 minutes to go. Okay.
LA's studying the Gehring Institute that the IOL
All right. Workhorse trying to stay at the high of the day. I got my my co-pilot here with me. Come sit down. There, sit. You can sit here. All right. So you see Workhorse at the high of the day.
7% the IOL.
This is a railroad, Kansas City Southern, KSU. That's moving higher.
200 million on the buy side. Is the market on close?
This is Snap, you know, like the on your phone. That's Snap. This is the futures. Moving higher. It's at the high of the day. And we're trading on nearly 3-to-1 up volume on NYSE and NASDAQ 3.64-to-1 up volume. This line that's green right there is telling me that the markets are bullish. Things are going to move higher, up and to the right, right? Yeah, that was the slide that we saw lower from the second week of August. Okay, so you see this number is growing, so that's a good sign. Yeah, you see this number? See how it just popped above 3? It's getting higher, which is telling us they're buying into the close. That's a good sign. All right. All right, so go downstairs. I'll be down there in a few. We got to add to your account soon.
AGE, Ajax Therapeutics, granted Australian patent modified HLAG modified cells and methods. That's Alpha Golf Echo. That news out now being circulated. AGE shares spiking on that news under $1 stock. That's Alpha Golf Echo.
You guys going swimming?
Shares of Ajax Therapeutics getting up to 93 cents, now 89 cents, up 14% for AGE on that Australian patent news.
All right, we're at the highs of the session. Looking good. Tick cumulative is rising.
19% on AGE.
Looking for follow through.
President Trump scheduled to speak shortly on judicial appointments.
All right, looking for workhorse to push a bit higher. It's a little profit taking. End of day, we hit the highs of the day, pulling back into standard deviation 1 VWAP bands. Home Depot is not giving it up. It's at the highs of the session. Very nice trade today on Home Depot. Yeah, my son's a natural. The tick chart, how do you utilize it? When it's green, you want to be buying. When it's red, you want to be selling, taking profits. Pretty straightforward. Tick, Mr. Patel, tick is simply a measure of the number of stocks moving higher on a tick basis, meaning they move up an increment. The increment happens to be what's called a tick. Each increment higher, when looked at on a cumulative basis, can give you a balance. Okay, so if you have tick cumulative is flat, the line would be flat. But if you have more stocks being bought on the uptick, 1,000 stocks being bought on the uptick, that gives you an extreme high tick alert. You'll hear that in the background a lot of times. An extreme high tick is when more than 1,000 stocks move simultaneously on the New York Stock Exchange higher on that given tick. Tick is not a time increment. You can get ticks every few seconds. you know. So the net effect of a cumulative reading of the number of stocks over a 60-minute time period ticking higher being bought versus those being sold, the cumulative or sum of those values gives you a green line moving higher. Okay. A lot of times, like on Wednesday last week, we had tick cumulative rollover, and the futures are starting to move lower as well. So with tick cumulative moving higher right now, I'm interpreting futures moving back as just profit taking at the highs of the day. So on Wednesday last week, tick cumulative rolled over and turned red. When it turns red, it's telling you that institutions, market makers, dealers are selling more stocks on the down tick. So more stocks are dropping, ticking lower. You take the cumulative effect of the number of stocks on a downtick versus the number of stocks being bought on the uptick, and if it's red or a negative number, it's going to be moving lower. So that tells you what institutions are doing. No, 60-minute. 5-minute equals noise. Okay, you want a trend. You want a trend that will show best on a 60-minute. Daily is not as useful. So you set it to 60-minute, and you have a trend. Okay, I'll write about tomorrow's blog post. I'll write about it.
ByteDance and the U.S. discuss options that could allow TikTok to sidestep a sale, but allow TikTok to U.S. to continue operating without a full sale. That, according to Dow Jones sources, that's ByteDance and TikTok. Shares of Walmart, WMT dipping on that news. WMT. Walmart had 140, 140, up 2% today.
All right, so we're selling a little bit.
Also ticking lower along moving lower along the line to 1144 MSMT. Shares of Oracle slightly lower now, 57.14.
All right, sorry, I got to make another phone call. I apologize. I know we got 15 minutes to go for the session. All right, so the market's moving back a little bit. Futures pulling back. All right. Most things are pulling back now. Most stocks. All right. Workhorse is going. Workhorse taking out the high of the day. Workhorse taking off, moving higher. Workhorse. Okay. Workhorse taking off to the upside. Okay. Let me get this. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, workhorse high of the day. Workhorse is at the high of the day. Sorry, I'm just the last things I need to do for the lender, just to get my closing squared away. All right, futures drifting a little bit lower from the highs of the day. Profit taking, it looks like. Tick cumulative still rising. So that's telling me that they're still buying the dip, but we are seeing a little profit taking. So then not bad. So we're finishing up the day on 2.5 to 1 up volume for the NYSE, 3.3 to 1 up volume for the NASDAQ. Not bad.
Coming up after the close, earnings from RH, EIGC, Big Commerce Holdings, GameStop, ZS, and Zscaler. It's 4 o'clock.
There's a closing bell. All right, folks, I got a hard stop. I got some things I have to do with my banker to get that squared away. Hope everyone had a good day. It's because of Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Most stocks saw some selling towards the end of the day. Should be fine tomorrow. Looking for a pop, perhaps, and a follow through. Futures came back in a little profit taking, so not too bad. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you made money. Hope you sold into strength this morning. And we will see you tomorrow. Take care and have a great evening. Ciao. Good night, everyone. Or I should say good evening.